Hello, everyone. Welcome back once again. Last time on Elden Ring, we'd just gone through pretty much all of the what's it called? Oh, Crumbling Farm Azula after igniting the Erd Tree. But now, instead of finishing that zone, we've gone back and used our hidden our secret medallion to take the Grand Lifter roll down or up. I guess it's up to the Consecrated Snowfield, and that's where we should find ourselves when we load in just now. Hello, the Missing Sea fan. Hi, Vocal Monk. Good to see you both. Yeah, last time we just got out the door right into this tremendous blizzard, which is a permanent feature here. It never goes away. And it dominates basically the entire southern half of the Consecrated Snowfield. So our first task is going to be to explore the vicinity of this trail here. Show me the path, O gentle lights. The promised path to the Haligtree. Oh, we're on the right trail. We're going to start by exploring the perimeter of this area. So there's a couple of items we can find up on some ledges here. And there's also a dungeon that we'll come to shortly. Tried Thundercloud form yet, so you can charge this. Yeah. I think it goes farther if you charge it. Yes. We'll just follow the lights, and they should take us to a site of grace up ahead. Yeah. Over here, there's a graveyard. At the back of the graveyard, there's a duelist enemy. I forgot I should take off lightning fortification. Nice. Weapon skill apparently enough to make the duelist flinch every time it hits, which makes that really easy. Kind of hard to tell if you've looted everything here. I'll have to be a bit more thorough about it. I think we've got everything now. Just quickly work back to the grace, and I'll change out my spells Let me keep exploring a little. This, let's put on. And grant me strength. There's a caravan coming through here. I barely ever used heavy thrusting swords, but I like how fast the R2 is. So it's the fabled Kaiden Cell sword. I think their armor says they come from the mountaintops of the giants, but that's the only one you find actually up here. And my controller disconnected for a second. No crit for me. Get a ton of super armor with this too, that's pretty cool. St. Trina's Torch. Technically a faith weapon, unlike the other Trina weapons, which I believe are int weapons. I don't plan to use that. I'm gonna try to dispel a lot of these lightning orbs. They're really lethal up here. These guys are looking at the top of this fallen Atrophied trunk, and I know that means there's an item. Nice that the lightning orbs can't really aim down. There's Somber Night. Nice. Down this way to the west, there's a whole bunch of Dragonkin soldier phantoms that spawn out of the ground. They're really, really hard to defeat, and I don't believe defeating them gets you much of anything. Maybe a couple, 100 runes or something. And they don't disappear permanently, so basically we just want to avoid this part of the snowfield if we possibly can. However, there's another really challenging enemy around here that I am going to fight. Although it may be ill-advised to do so. Need to find... Is it here? Yeah. Yeah, down this way, there's a couple of nobles trying to dig out this one from the ground. That is no ordinary noble, though. That's like the one in the one by that camp down in Limgrave that transforms into a rune bear, and this one will do the exact same thing. I'm gonna try to buff up first. Rune bears in the Consecrated Snowfield are really, really strong. So as usual for all these transforming enemies, the reward for killing it is a larval tear, at least on the first kill. Just to get my bearings again, I should be able to go... the south. Back to the giant tree. Here we are. Okay. Here we got another guide and gatekeeper statue pointing to the last catacombs of the main game. Up on the hillside that way. And there's another ghost. Only a little further now. Show me the path, O gentle lights. Path to Elfayet. We will follow the path eventually, but not quite yet. Absolutely, Vocal Monk. Now I'm looking for one commoner who runs around here, or one wandering noble rather, who carries a chest. I don't know where he went. I want my golden rune, please. Where are you, Mr. Wandering Noble? You're not him. Ah well, we'll find him later. Lovely lumps of flesh as we make our way into catacomb doors. Okay, this dungeon is going to be pretty challenging. There's multiple Earthtree Burial Watchdogs with Frost Breath. And they are, of course, the highest scaled ones in the game. Might actually die to this first one just up the stairs here. Oh no, I want that down. Save my wondrous physic, but I want to use my two image buffs. Pierce is probably not the correct damage type to be using here. I can nicely outrange it with my gigantic sword. That's cool. Never quite been able to abuse range that much against the Watchdogs before. Quite do what I hoped it would. know, I could get used to heavy thrusting swords if they're this long. Am I a size queen now? That gave me a little jump scare. I actually jumped. I see. There's actually a passageway down underneath the stairs, but before we go that way, I want to go up here. Fight another watchdog. This one really scares me. I'm not going to mess around with the frost breath. I have tried circling around it, and it just accelerates right at the end. To hit you anyway. Also, the frost lingers on the ground, so there's like a damage area that you have to avoid. That is genuinely probably the smoothest those two fights have ever gone for me. And I have used up a few of my flasks, but I think that's fine. Imp Head Elder. I think that gives you Arcane, according to the description. Yeah, 2 Arcane. Here we have a Clean Rot Knight. And because Miyazaki's really lame, I didn't get the charged R2 off. Great. You can't get me this time, Miyazaki. I threw a kukri at that one Clean Rot Knight in the corner because I know there's another one in there, and I don't want to fight them both at once. You know, Knight's Sword. I'm not sure I've gotten one of those before. Basically just a generic longsword, though, I think. Pull the lever, and we can make our way to the boss. I've definitely underutilized Kukri. They have quite a bit of utility. I mean, they even inflict bleed, and they inflict a minor amount of stance pressure, so you can use it to keep up your blood loss buildup, or to keep the stance from regenerating if you're zoned out for a moment. So I really should use them more. I just don't. I have a feeling Thundercloud form is going to make this the easiest boss in history. Yep. Thank you, Dragon King's Cragblade. Genuinely, that was probably the easiest trip through the Consecrated Snowfield catacombs I've ever had. I'm quickly going to go try to hunt that one noble I was looking for with the chest again. Should be around here somewhere. I wanted to find that too in a moment. You. You? No. You. There's the statue. Ghost. Oh, there you are. Hello. Have I played Night Rain? Not yet. Have you, Max? I've heard good things from people in chat about it, and watched a few people on YouTube who seem to be having a good time with it. Seems like all the people who are really fond of the combat in Elden Ring are really into it. I haven't seen much from the lore people, though. I don't think there is a lot of lore in Night Rain. Okay, well, got a bit turned around. I'm just gonna work back here. Snowstorm is one of the most annoying places to be in. I don't disagree. Luckily, it is pretty mercifully short, but if you're trying to find everything, it's incredibly obnoxious. Ooh, a spectral candelabra. This guy walks to the next mini-boss we want to fight. Yeah, I wonder how this is going to go with Dragon King's Cragblade. Interesting looking at all these markings on this stone tower, obelisk thing. Wonder what made all this. Pretty fun. You realize how shitty a lot of armament skills are when you're constantly evaluating so many weapons every playthrough. You don't get to change out skills on generic weapons, right? It's just whatever the weapon drops with, it has a skill on it, and that's it. Okay, yeah, I can see how that could be frustrating for... Do they have, like, pretty much all the Ashes of War from Elden Ring, or is it just a reduced selection or a specific set for weapon type or something like that? If it's all of them, that could be kind of a nightmare sometimes, I'm sure. Up in this area, we get to fight one last Red Wolf of Radagon. You know, for old time's sake. My super armor frames help me out a lot. And if you're able to tank a hit or two, the Cragblade is really awesome, actually. As long as they... And I don't think anything can stagger you out of it once you're in the animation, right? That portal takes us across the river in the Consecrated Snowfield, right next to the stump of the minor Erdtree that was here once upon a time. Right behind us we can get an Arteria leaf, and in front of us is Venus Lily. And we've got 2 scarabs to help refill our flasks. Curved swords and thrusting swords have this interesting backstep R2. If you're holding B and you use R2, you will, like if you run up and then let go of the stick, you're still holding the sprint button. If you just tap R2, it'll do the normal attack, but if you hold it, it will do the backstep. Got another putrid avatar ahead. There's still more of those to come. But this one, I don't remember if it counts as a boss or not. It is not a boss. No, it is. I wanted to use the Flame of Frenzy for style points, but I actually should have used my other seal for that. Oops. Thorny Cracked here is really interesting for us on a dex build. It makes consecutive attacks grow stronger in mixed physics. So this stacks with our Wing and Sword Insignia talisman, and there is another talisman we could hypothetically get that would stack with that again. And then after, I believe you have to do two... Basically, you have to do 3 attacks in quick succession before you start getting an actual buff applied. The first 2 attacks don't get a buff. But with all of those effects in place, you can get a really sizable attack buff if you're attacking frequently. Nascent butterfly for me. What's the spellcasting experience like in Night Rain? I know they made pretty significant changes to how you get like, mana back and everything. At least for some characters. Light shards are instant. Also, they're like consumable blue flasks, but there's no regular blue flasks, right? Look, there's another lightning field over here, just in case you haven't had your fill of Boulder Blooms yet. fine here, but a couple of Albinorics looking at this spooky looking town over here. Wonder what they're here for. Up here, I mysteriously cannot walk forward. Because of that. Just in case we haven't gotten the materials by now, we get a couple more Somber Stones, 8 and 9. We're over 400,000 runes right now. And at least for the time being, we're done leveling up, so I'll have to find some other way to spend those. I don't think Scarabs should be allowed to damage you when they roll into you. That's not fair. Albinor tried to use Discus of Light. One of Miquella's incantations. Finally heading towards the map marker here. So we'll be able to see the rest of the Consecrated Snowfield on our map very shortly. Those are not the only wolves around, because there are first generation Albinorics riding Direwolves. This is I think the only place in the game where we see them mounted. Wait, there aren't any, like, and there are Direwolves that carry a manor, but no. What's there? They can be quite lethal with their bows. There should be another Albinoric archer around here somewhere. I mean, there's one riding. Oh yeah, there she is. Alright, finally, map. So we came in, we explored around this tree and the grave sites over here, and then went into the catacombs. We came up this ledge, fought the red wolf, teleported across the river to the minor erd tree, and then came down these slopes here. So what we haven't covered is the lower levels of this this hillside with this tower over here, and then everything along the river and everything over this way, and then of course the town we saw to the north. This wolf pack over here is very cute. It's they're chasing an invisible scarab. Let's see if we can get it. It is unfortunately quite fast. Oh well, time to do the classic stand on the path and wait for it to come to you technique. Well, that didn't work. I really should just use a spell or something. White Shadow's Lure. I believe there's an item that does the same thing as this. Basically, it creates an apparition that lures some, foes of human build who are not in combat. And also all demi-humans. I've never seen a real use for that. At least not something that you can't just do with Kukri. Anyway, moving on. As we cross the river, we're going to spawn another invader. I can't summon my horse anymore. It's Anastasia Tarnished Eater one last time. To try out Thundercloud form on her. It destroys her. Good to know. And that gives us a Somber Ancient Dragon Smithing Stone. So if we had come straight here and not gone through Crumbling Fair Missoula, I believe that would be our first Somber 10. That is actually another caravan, which will stop in a little while. But first, back into the snowstorm. Just a little bit. Up to we're going up to that tower there. Three more Miquella's lilies. Good torrent. I really don't have to fight these at all. I could just go loot the corpse and leave. It's fun to hold L2 with this flail, isn't it? That cookbook lets us craft the Academy Magic Pot, which is the strongest throwable magic pot until we get to the DLC. I don't think there's a lot of utility in those, considering you can just cast spells if you have high int, but I guess they're like an 11th spell. And here at the Rise, there is no book at the front telling you what to do, but there is this statue of two imps fighting each other, and that is the hint. So the way you unlock the Rise is to get two imps to fight each other. You can either use a Bewitching Branch, or pull out those imp ashes you bought way back at the from the merchant on the bridge outside of the Academy of Lucaria. Summon them, and have them fight the imps. Hey presto. So, Chad, how's your Friday been? I've had a really busy week. Work's been a mess. So, kind of nice to unwind with this. It has meant I haven't gotten to train up in Mario Kart World and get any good at it, sadly. We just got the Glintstone or Graven Mass Talisman. That's the stronger version of the Graven School Talisman. 8% increase to sorceries. You can use both, actually. So you can multiply by 1.08 and then by 1.04 if you have both equipped. No, out of my way. We get to this ledge. I can open a chest, and then we'll go back down to the bottom of the tower. Still have to get through your workday, vocal monk. What are your hours like? .45 to 10:15 p.m. Oh. It is a late schedule. I start early and end early, which I really like. Got one of those fractured statues again. Never actually bothered to really look at. I guess it's a man. This one can be broken by this giant octopus over here, but we have to lure it down and then across the frozen river. Make that happen. Three smithing 8s and a classic land octopus ovary for our trouble. I'll kill these small crabs just so we can restore our health for free. I can hit them. over here in the river, we can see one last magma worm. It is the last one, right? I think so. Should I use... Actually, does this have a bonus against dragons? I don't even know. Commands great power over the paltry mortal dragons of today. I'm going to assume it does. Sweet. Honestly, I should probably not take the crits against these magma worms. It takes forever for them to lose their iframes afterwards, and I feel like I'd probably get more out of it if I just let them fall down and kept wailing on them. Oh, I almost died. Failed that dodge. Well, we did it. That gives us 3 more dragon hearts and access to the last draconic power at the Cathedral Dragon Communion. Yes, I am sitting on almost 700,000 runes now. Don't mind me, Mr. Octopus. We're due. What I think is nice about having a really early work schedule is I can, get off work at like 2:30 and go to the gym then. And then like still have most of the afternoon and evening to do stuff if I want to. And I no longer find myself out late at night, so it works fine for me. Dove through all those misbegotten just to hit the rat and missed. This is not the enemy type I want to fight with a thrusting sword. Okay. Thing you miss most is hot, fresh dinners. Well, we did that entire fight for a freezing grease. Aren't the rewards in these late game dungeons wonderful? Hey, Ball. Good to have you back. I'm gonna think of it. This is like the second to last minor dungeon in the game. Ooh. At least they did make the ones in the Snowfield fairly unique with it being all frozen over. Rune Arc, that's nice. Spirit Flame Arrows, which I think are just another kind of magic arrow. Oh, they do cause frostbite. Never used them. And that is one of the things I kind of sort of a little bit regret about going Prophet for this run instead of Samurai, because I think if I had gone Samurai, I would have made a stronger attempt to use things like bows and consumable greases and stuff like that. Oh well. Yeah, I think that objectively, the build I've gone with is better. And both of them would have been a big change of pace from what I'd done before. So many Miquella's lilies around here. You might think that this area had something to do with Miquella, maybe. 6 freezing greases. Probably enough supply for the rest of the game. This is the only misbegotten boss who actually gets to wield his unique weapon in the boss fight, which is cool. It's the Golden Order Greatsword, and I wish they had done this for the one at Castle Morn, but alas. I just interrupted it, but he just tried to use Establish Order on me. Cast this giant wave of holy damage. I think I can use the Golden Order Greatsword, so I might upgrade it. Just try it out. But it is principally a faith scaling weapon. Yeah, I do have the stat requirements. But as you can see, like the biggest requirement is faith, and it scales best with faith. So it's strongest on a build that basically just gets to 16 strength and 21 dex, and then pumps everything into faith. Anyway, we've covered basically the entire eastern half of the Snowfield now. I'm going to swing by the Round Table of Hold and spend a bunch of our runes, but then we'll do the western half and Ordina Liturgical Town. Let's buy... I have 32 Somber 7s. Buy enough Somber Stones to make 15 full upgrades. I'll make sure I have 24 of each of the smithing stones as well. And then we'll go upgrade some weapons. These Leonine dudes exist only to give me free runs on your Night Rain runs. Are they especially easy in Night Rain?
Oh, Smith is now.
Okay, I have 2 more Somber Ancient Stones to spend. I should just commit to one of these things. I don't think I've used it. Taken any of my Somber weapons to plus 10 yet, have I? Maybe 1 or 2. This screen won't tell me. Where's my new Golden Order Greatsword? You could donate those runes to charity. Yeah, I did my part. I gave those 10 runes to Topes way back when. That makes me a good person. I should upgrade this as well. Probably take over with my anti-skeleton weapon instead of using the mace. Because I think the Inseparable Sword also has a built-in damage bonus against those who live in death. Oh, you're just especially strong. Very impressive. Let's take the ornamental straight sword for a spin. I haven't done that yet. Have I also not ever created any kinds of claws? I could upgrade my other Stormhawk axe, but I don't really like the Power Stance axe moveset, so I don't think there's much of a point to that. Upgrade a Twin Blade. I think Godskin Peeler is the best one for a dex build. Out of stones, though. I'm gonna go. I can just sell runes so I can afford the upgrade on the Godslayer's Greatsword, and that'll be good enough for now. But I think I want to actually use the Raptor Talons. Oh, one of those should do it probably. Give me claws. That's how you spend 800,000 runes. Nighttime already, so... don't need to change the time. How much does promotion add to internal level? What, in Fates? It's, hold on. Your internal level is the average of 20 and the level you promoted at, rounded down. That actually ruled. Where's my other Knight's Cow? This is a duo boss. Should actually reapply buffs. Yes, it's rounded down, which is why odd levels are better for promotion and fates. There you are. Bad at all. Finally get the Knight's Cav set, which is a pretty cool armor set, especially if you like all black. Using these takes me back to watching Northern Lion do invasions with a Bob build. That was really funny. Used to never promote until 20 because, you know my stats. Yeah, I think everyone's been that way at some point in their Fire Emblem career. Glowing curved sword. I've never tried this. I think it is a dex weapon. It's got like this extending R2, I think, is the gimmick, if I remember correctly. Kind of like the flowing hammer. We're going to grab some stuff around the base of these large petrified trees, but before that, I need to go grab something up on this higher ledge, which means we'll be skirting past the area where the Phantom Dragon skins spawn. Hopefully they won't murder us. Say hello. Look at that, 3 of them at once. Oof. All this way for a Miquella's Lily. Now we're out of the storm forever. Yeah, the Nox use the flowing weapons. That's correct. we fight the Amogus Rune Bear in this form? We did. But now we're going to do the famous Rune Bear Gauntlet. Well, shortly. Oh wait, I lied. We're doing this dungeon first. And then we'll do the Rune Bear Gauntlet. I forgot where I was. This is not a dungeon for Talons though, so let me change my weapon to... It's back to the Knight Rider foil. Another tunnel dungeon, but again, as I mentioned in the last one, this one is all frozen over. So this elevator works, but the rest of them in here do not. Don't know what the Amogus Rune Bear is. Near this tree, like down on the path here, we found a noble that was stuck in the ground, and that one transformed into a Rune Bear. Try to go forward, but this door is unfortunately barred from this side, which means we have to go down this pit. Something about the snowy areas makes you miserable. I get that for the blizzard area, but honestly I think this dungeon's really chill. I like the aesthetic. And I like the defrosting stone diggers. They're cool. Or go across, I want to take this ladder down. You can hear something sparking around here. Was another Alabaster Lord. So that's the second Alabaster Lord sword drop. After the one in Lake of Rot. You can power stance them if you want. This dungeon is a really good source of smithing stone 8s, as you might have been able to see. So, again, if you haven't gone through Crumbling Fair Missoula and gotten the bell bearing to buy those, then this really helps you to make use of all the ancient dragon smithing stones you found, because before coming to the dungeon, you maybe gotten 12 total. Night Rain's cool for showing weapons and build ideas you'd never even considered before. That is pretty neat. Cool thing of that sword is the R2s and charge R2s take like no stamina though. Yeah, power stancing is not actually a great idea for the Alabaster Lord sword because you miss out on that benefit. But, you know, if you're just doing it for the style, the option is there for you. Shattering Crystal goes crazy, the spell. I think I've heard that that can work okay in Elden Ring too, but it really depends on you having like max level sorcery scaling. It's one of the multi-hit spells, right? Like Crystal Burst and the other crystal spells. This door is the shortcut back to the beginning, so we could go back and refill our flasks at the Grace before we try to fight the boss, but yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. I don't have a gravity weapon for this boss, so I guess it doesn't matter that much what I try to use. Should come back to Elden Ring so you can use some of the neat weapons you've come to like. The trouble is, what if you come to like one of the weapons that shows up like here in the Snowfield? Oh yeah, I was going to try the Ornamental Straight Sword. Go for that. This is a paired weapon, so I get to use two of them. Golden Tempering gives them 100 holy damage each. Hey, I dodged the laser. I did it, chat. I don't suck. This has its own power stance moveset and not, or paired moveset and not the normal power stance greatsword moveset. Good to know. Hit again. Pro Elden Ring player right here. Next I'll be doing a no-hit run. Ignore what you just saw. Oh. Forgot how that move worked. And I'm dead. The rotten weapons are sick. Have I gotten any of those yet? I think I get the hammer pretty soon. What's in my flask anyway? Okay, just Dex not. Oops. No one saw that. Ooh, the charged R2 is a really big flurry. Eek. Dodged. Does this thing have like any stance pressure? Or is that a lost cause? I've literally never used this weapon before in my life. I believe I dodged that. Last flask, I think. Oh, got grabbed. It's better than dual daggers, and that's about it. Yeah. I think it's not the weapon for this fight. What else could we try? Could use my Stormhawk axe. Oh yeah, I should also change out my flask. My wondrous physic. And again. I always forget that the teleport thing is an actual attack that does damage. RIP runes. I'm trying to resist going the boring route and just taking my greatsword with Impaling Thrust and using that. Go left, I suppose. Yeah. By all my stance pressure. Stupid wall. So it can't be grabbed while doing that art. Okay, I held run away. I held run, pulled backwards, but it just strafed instead of turning and sprinting. Maybe I was out of stamina. I don't know. I feel like I'm just trying to get too fancy with some of this stuff. What else should we use? You know what? Classic Uchigatana. Does Estelle bleed? Try to find out. Rolling left is not the answer. So sad. That was so sad too. Really? This was easy with the Wing of Estelle, I'll tell you that. Enormous dance pressure and bonus damage? Can you jump all the way to the Waves of Darkness attack? That would be kind of sick if you could. Oh, I'm gonna get picked up. Whiffing that is just so unfortunate. Another one. Well, it sounds like bleed, but I don't think the Uchigatana using just Unsheath R2s is the way to do it. You can't jump Waves of Darkness. Sad. Okay. Comedy option. Clearly we need Nagakiba on Cheese for more range. Maybe we do. I didn't know you could use the icicles to block that. It's fun. I dodged it. Come on, bring your face to me. Nice bleed. Tank those. The flail is the special sauce. What can I say? Doesn't even have an infusion. Does it always do that after that transition? Is that just the thing? I don't even know if the downward slam has a hitbox. I didn't want to try to find out. Another meteorite. Dodged. Hey, we did it. So, yeah, like I said, that was way more challenging when I had gravity weapons on my side. I I am a defender of the fact that there's a second Estelle in this game, though. I like that you go through this, like, it's like this horrific otherworldly beast that you fight after passing through the Lake of Rot, and then you're like, oh my god, that's the thing that destroyed these underground cities and everything. And then it's like, surprise, the world is actually infested with them. There's more than one. I think that just goes to show how doomed this whole realm is. That's why we need to burn it all down. Get these swords back out. And I want to put the Thorny Cracked here in my Physic, so now that'll stack with my Winged Sword insignia. That was called Yellow Annex Tunnel. These are the Yellow Annex ruins. I think supposedly yellow is an alt spelling of yellow, obviously. But Annex is supposed to be like a corruption of Greek Anax king, so it's like the Yellow King ruins. In reference to the yellow eyes that all the mad trolls have here. I'm under the impression that these ornamental straight swords are kind of crap. I just did 2 fully charged R2s on this troll and didn't stance break it. That seems really bad. They attack fast. I guess they're just not R2 machines. Oh yeah, great rune down, that's true. Thanks for the tip, Wrong House. Yeah, I'm not impressed with these twin swords. They work well enough on trash mobs, but I don't think they hit hard enough for my preferences. Let's grab the Sword of Milos. Unendurable Frenzy, we do not have the Faith for, sadly, so that's one frenzied spell that's out of our grasp. So the Shriek of Milos skill inflicts this debuff on enemies. I think it makes them... I believe it makes them more susceptible to damage. It doesn't reduce their damage, I'm pretty sure. And also does a similar thing to what skills like Warcry and Barbaric Roar do, where it changes your charged R2. In this case to be a flurry of 3 strikes on a greatsword. Which does kind of work better with our talisman setup with like the successive attack bonuses if we can land all 3, I suppose. Although I think I generally prefer the normal greatsword charged R2s. It does have its own, I think it's a unique R2 normally as well. The other neat effect of this sword is it steals FP in the same way that our scavengers are. Not our scavengers. Our Serpent God's Curved Sword steals HP on kill. So we can restore both of our bars on kill. This sword does have an 8 bleed too, that's true. It's only 55 and you can't buff it with Bloodflame Blade or anything, but it's a nice bonus. The unbuffed charge R2 does have nice range forward. That's pretty cool. Should correct myself, it's not just the charged R2 that gets changed, it's just the R2 in general. Night Rain has been silly because you nearly said you should be able to buff it with Bloodflame Blade, but yeah, no. Not in base Elden Ring, there's only like 4 unique weapons that can be buffed. 2 of those are Bloodhound's Fang and the Tree Spear. I guess the range of the roar is not that big. You got a team killed. Thank you, other frenzied troll. It's close. These trolls are the only place you can farm the Eyes of Yellow, I think. If you're really into crafting madness recipes for some reason. Okay, I'm certainly not going to use those for the upcoming fights. In fact, maybe the Zamor Curve Sword is a good option here. Well, no, I got an NPC to fight first. What should do? I have seen how you can grease a bow in Night Rain. It looks really funny. Especially with fire. Okay. Well, that's all for this Yellow Annex Ruins area. Up here, I'll be force dismounted again. Yes, big tree. Invaded by Sanguine Noble, who I forget which side he actually spawns on. I think it's over there. Or maybe just the far side of the tree. He's somewhere. Oh, here he comes. And now he's dead. Okay, and now we get to the main event here in Consecrated Snowfield. It's the Runebear Gauntlet. I think there's 4 Runebears in a row in this area, and of course you can just ignore basically all of them, except one needs to be used to access some items. But I'm going to try to fight them all in one life. No crit for me. The difficulty gets enhanced by the fact that their attacks kick up all this snow and fog up your view. Okay, one down. That was not bad. Corpse here. Wow, those dragonflies on the ground got absolutely destroyed. Guess we got some bleed dogs to fight. Wonder. not a bad way to do it. And here's our next rune bearer. Not work. Two down. I was hoping I could sneak out and get a free charged R2, but no. That's 3. If we look down at the end of this, we can see another Albinorc looking at a waygate over there. We'll come back to him. Okay, and a 4th rune bearer. This one we can't just kill immediately, but I'm going to try to attack it. Take down a chunk of its health first. Lead, good for me. How we right away? We want to lure that guy. What? Down this way. Nice. Beast Roar will do. And 4. Okay. Honestly, Bloodhound's Fang makes that way easier than a lot of other weapons I've tried. The iframes and everything are very helpful, and the bleed. 6 golden runes won. Joy. Okay, and now it's time for everyone's favorite environmental hazard in the whole game. Very last wandering mausoleum. If you don't know why it's everyone's favorite, you're about to see. Should probably use Golden Bow. Just for safety. This mausoleum is armed with artillery, and I actually do not know a good, consistent way to dodge all this, and it can absolutely destroy you. Which it just did. Rest in peace, Runark. They were kind enough to give us access to the Stake America here. I'm dead again. Goodbye, runes. Any magic reduction buffs? I think that's the only way to mitigate it. Like at least on horseback, I don't know how to dodge any of it. I suppose maybe if you approach from this side, you could try to hug the rock wall. Like here? I guess I give you your best approach. Okay, well, we made it now. Can't hit us down here. Or torrent. You probably can cast magic fortification on horseback, yes. I was just thinking, like, other than just giving yourself more damage reduction, I don't think there is a consistent way to dodge all the blasts. Hop back to my physical defense talisman. Assassin's Gambit plus Lamenter's Torch should be good for that if it doesn't just auto-detect you. Oh, I haven't tried Stealth. Suppose that might be a way to do it. But I would kind of be surprised if this relies on the stealth mechanics. I suspect it just launches magic artillery at you whenever you're close. But I don't know. Summon Latenna. Latenna, it's your big sister, and she is very big indeed.
O young yet towering sister of ours, let the birthing droplet in and create life. For us. For all the Albinorics.
Did you just impregnate her?
Thank you. I finally fulfilled my purpose. Our young yet towering sister will give us hope. Now that nothing is left unfinished, I will join you in battle to the bitter end. And when the fighting is done, then you may lay me to rest. Beside Lobo, my dear wolf.
Happy to be of service, Latenna. Now here, gotta do some prep again. Let's get our Holy Shrouding cracked here and our Faith Knot tier. Last time until nightfall. Equip a Sacred Scorpion Charm. And then we want our holy weapons. So right offhand, Golden Epitaph for Last Rites. Here I want... Just have it on my dagger, right? Sacred Order. And where's my golden... Oh. What's it called? My Knight Sword? Oh, Inseparable Sword. Yes. So Sacred Blade Weapon, Last Rites, Sacred Order. Bunch of holy buffs. Should make this really easy. Trina's Lilies. Last Rites, double damage to those who live in death. Sacred Order my offhand, 50% more damage to those who live in death. In spawns a Deathrite Bird. Inseparable Sword is 50% damage bonus. Sacred Blade's dead. 220,000 runes for that. Fun. Probably need decent faith for that. I don't think you do. I mean, I have a good amount of faith. 40 with my physic on, but I've done that exact same maneuver with, like, a prisoner on 7 faith, who just uses the faith tier to get the requirements for Last Rites. think sometimes you can get a view from here, but I guess it's too stormy right now. In Night Rain, you actually have to learn Deathrite birds. Hey, I learned them on my first playthrough. And then I learned how to not learn them. And that seems better to me. It's an Albinoric first generation phantom, but she doesn't talk, sadly. There he is. Okay, another rotten duelist. Live that? That's annoying. Do I live that? Kind of doubt it. Sorry, Torrent. Yes, we got the Rotten Great Axe. The Rotten Hammer comes later, I suppose. If I don't already have it. I don't remember whether we got it. Welcome to Ordina Liturgical Town. I believe you can get all the loot here either inside the Everjail or outside. I prefer getting it now. And there aren't enemies around. Although, technically it's slower, I suppose, to do this. The route I'm following now is very similar to what you would take when you're actually going through the puzzle here. So this will be very familiar the second time through. Here we find the corpse of a Black Knife assassin. So we finally get the Black Knife set. Which is pretty cool looking. I wish I'd had more poise though. Okay. Just about ready for the Everjail. I fix my physic. Oh yeah. Important. Rip this. Sentry's torch. Another Black Knife Phantom. Held shut by a seal. The imp statue says, like the four figures in the Everjail. So we have to enter and then go around and find four statues of Miquella, like the one directly above my head on screen, to unseal the way to the Haligtree. Sadly, we can't use torrent anymore, so we have to navigate a little bit more carefully. I am going to try to snipe this Albinoric archer with Frenzied Burst. He might out DPS me and outspeed my shots, but try. I don't think I have an angle on her anymore. Nope. Fortunate. Okay. Yes, as Kalina has said in chat, the nice thing about this is the Sentry's Torch does work on our back, even if we're two-handing our other weapon. We don't have to have it held in our offhand. Underneath the big stairs, where the Black Knife corpse was, there is a live Black Knife assassin. And I am failing hard against her. I think that missed. That's so sad. Phew. Okay. Well, that went worse than it could have. You don't actually have to fight the Black Knives, or indeed the Albanark archers in here. You just have to go to the statues. But if you fight the Black Knives, you do get Ghost Glove Ward 9s for your trouble. That was better. I have the angle now. Oh, not quite yet. At least they're kind enough to refill your flasks when you kill some enemies here, too. Sweet. It's so nice being able to shoot lasers from your eyes. People should try that more often. I can see... Actually, you can see both of the remaining archers. There's one on that rooftop, to the left of my head. Another one right over there. Just above the crown of my head, you can see her on the far side of the rooftop. Those are easier to reach at melee range, though, so I won't try to shoot them with my spells. Sweet. And make the big jump. Nice. One more archer over here. There's another Black Knife assassin who runs around in this area. Somewhere? Oh, there you are. Ouch. Okay, that's almost all the enemies, and then finally, this is where the Grace would be, approximately. Buff up one more time. The last assassin. Okay. Light the flame, and a seal was broken in town. We're through. Back to our normal equipment. Oh, I should have taken off the Sacred Scorpion Charm too. I don't really need the Silver Scarab Ritual Sword Talisman. Could help us very shortly. I feel like I'd be unstoppable whenever I get my hands on the Old Lord Talisman. I already have it. Scariest platforming in the game. Getting the Stone Sword key. Tag this Site of Grace. And I'll go ahead and interact with this Martyr Effigy, and then we'll quickly make a pit stop at the Round Table of Hold, because we have to bring the news to Gideon about what we've seen now that we've used the secret medallions and found the Haligtree.
You. What is it? Ah, so the secret medallions led you to the land of the Haligtree. I'd expect to find Melania there. She who fought Radahn to a standstill. Well, if the Scarlet Rot hasn't eaten her away completely. But with the Haligtree as it is, I suppose Miquella must already be. Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. A secret right, known only to me. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
You get Black Flame's Protection, which is a very interesting spell. It's a really strong physical damage buff. It's a body buff, so it would compete with Flame Grant Me Strength. The downside is it lasts for like 60 seconds, which is twice as long as Flame Grant Me Strength. The downside is it makes your Crimson Flasks less effective. But against enemies who do physical damage, it's not really a downside because it's also cutting the damage you take. So they're still just as efficient as before, basically. But of course, if they have other elemental damage, then maybe that'll become something of a trade-off. But stacking a lot of physical damage resistance can be really powerful. So I haven't really used that buff before, but I'm going to try it out. Buying myself a full set of upgrade materials for 2 smithing weapons. And then let's go upgrade some stuff. Can't say you can think of any pure physical bosses right now that's coming up soon. Yeah, nothing comes to mind. Let's see, let's go ahead and take our Bolt of Grand Sax to +10. I think it'll be very helpful if our sniping weapon does maximum damage. Any other somber weapons you're really fond of? Take the Bloodhound's Fang, because that is a classic. Flamberge, I'll go to 25. Guardian Sword's Pure, I think, deserves it. The more curved sword is an interesting option. I'll take the Nagakiba to +25. Hold on to my other Somber Stone for a bit. A shocking amount of holy innate greatswords. That is true. They really went hard on that weapon category for holy weapons. Purchase more materials. Okay. Good enough for me. Back to Haligtree Canopy. Change some spells. I will put on... First off, a holy resistance buff. Find it. Might not have the top. I guess I don't have the top of the line holy negation spell yet. So divine fortification, and since this area is full of rot, take Flame Cleanse Me as well. And we'll take the Haligtree Talisman. Okay. Time to pull out our rifle. I hit that from there? I doubt it. Oh my god, my range is so good. Can I one-shot you? Yes. Nothing like bringing a big gun. I don't think I can one-shot this envoy, but let's try it. No. Oh, did I knock it off? Sick. I take it back. I can. Oh, I went too far. I have messed up. I actually think getting hit there might have saved me because I was about to launch myself off the branch. But we'll leave them alone for now. Actually, I want to go down this way first. What the heck? That's why you clear the enemies on top, so you can go carefully when you drop down, I suppose. I'll restore my rune arc once I'm done with a bit of platforming, I think. This place isn't great when you're not very fond of bugs. I imagine not. Okay. The shooters are down. Ooh, that's satisfying. The one shot on the ants is surprising, but very welcome. All these lightning shots are missing Odin's crit quotes. True. Ah, my aching blood! I don't think we've spotted these before. Giant envoys. They are huge tanks, and they are especially obnoxious if they fight you from long range. Hopefully we're able to just sneak up on that one. Out of juice. Reload. Oh, my aching blood. I actually don't remember all of Odin's crit points off the top of my head. I know, I'm a shameful Odin fan. Unquenchable blood flames, yes. Thank you for the assist, chat. Too much power! You know, I don't often use Odin as native lightning sorcerer capacity. Shame. We got the Envoy's Horn, which is, well, the Envoy's Longhorn, which is the one you get from the medium-sized Envoys, used to be really amazing. I hear it's been nerfed ever since Shadow of the Erdtree came out, though. Is the Milo sword offhandable for the FP regen? Yes. I probably can't afford the weight. Where is it? Yeah, it'll put me in heavy load. The point of using the curved sword is so I can put Stormblade on as my pistol, but I do have my rifle, so I guess it's not really necessary. But hey, it's giving me free healing. We got a gravity assist. It's nice. My beloved.
My beloved.
Aw. I could also use the sacrificial axe in the offhand. Also has an FP regen effect. The only thing with that is it can't have Stormblade, very sadly. More butterflies. Yay. We'll get over there in a second. Need to drop down back to the branch that had the ants on it. This time go this way. I've been rotted. Miranda fire. I was going to get knocked off. Again, that was a miracle. I'm out of blue. Oh no. Well, I got most of the important combat on this end out of the way. More butterflies, and that should be the last thing to find on these upper branches. But now I can run down this way. Collect this, and then as soon as we run down further, we're going to be attacked by this other giant envoy. We'll be casting a swarm of holy bubbles at us, and they're really scary. So what we have to do is drop off to the right to a lower branch down there and then run around to get to him. Ideally as quickly as we can. I've restored blue. Slightly stupid. Okay. Jumped. Cool. We have made it. We basically killed all the enemies, other than a couple small Miranda flowers. So we should be home free now. Suppose there is that giant Miranda over there. You remember? I guess there is. Yeah, there's some butterflies behind it. Hello, pretty butterflies. Okay, almost done. We can run over here to this platform and get another item. Lost Ashes of War, that's nice. Means we go to for rod arrows. Yeah, the rod arrows we will never actually use. A couple of small Mirandas down on this branch that I can already see, so I'm just gonna use the Flame of Frenzy to get rid of them. Flaming Bolt, that's the last item here, and we can finally get off of this canopy. Just by going to this platform and sliding down a ladder. This lever is unfortunately defunct, so we have to go the long way down. We can't call the elevator. We do get to benefit from this grace right here. No more holy enemies, really, so back to the Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. Let's establish some order, shall we? Item. Brought in the Misbegotten Warrior. Oops. Premature. But hey, Established Order does a ton of knockback. I've had worse fights. Not the first person to suggest this, I know, but since the Golden Order Greatsword is based on the Darkmoon Greatsword, I really wish that Established Order actually applied a weapon buff, and that you could use a charged R2 to cast a Holy Arc in the same way that you can cast a Magic and Frostbite Arc with the Darkmoon Greatsword. Tower's dead. Butterflies collected. Time to fight ants soon. Very clean. Sadly, no Iron Greatsword drop. The Misbegotten Warriors can drop them, and they're the only source. These are the ones up here in the Haligtree are way easier to farm than the ones at the is it the east end of Lanedale? Yeah, because you have to. The ones down here are. The ones over here are really far from a Grace, but there's another side of Grace right over there, so we can just run back and farm this guy if we ever wanted to actually farm an Iron Greatsword. We don't really need an Iron Greatsword, though. It's, I believe, the best Greatsword for damage for a Strength build. That's why I farmed it on my Strength build. But for a Dex build, I think you want Banished Knight's Greatsword, or if you're looking for bleed, then the Flamberge. Leave me alone. I just wanted to use Stormcaller. So the existence of this pathway is kind of mysterious to me. I don't know why they let you come up here, but you can't actually, climb back up anywhere relevant. You can't hop across this giant mushroom pile to get to that ledge or anything. You just kind of have to go back down one way or the other. Lame. Anyway, I didn't talk about this, but that Misbegotten Warrior was praying at a statue of severed twins. You've got Melania missing her right arm, and then Miquella with his eternal youth. I'm on to you, Miyazaki. Site of Grace. Much appreciated. Haligtree Town Plaza. So we're almost through. Just a sort of mini boss encounter coming up, for which I don't need to change weapons. Just want to dash to this roof. We can see a Spirit Collar Snail on the next one. We have to go hop down, run to it, and quickly hit it before we get wrecked by the Crystallian Spirit. Then there's another one over here. And lastly, spear has really long reach. Right here. Spirit Caller snails have item drops. Who knew? See, how does my gun perform now? Acceptable. That hurt. You know, I've never even gone up this branch. Does it go anywhere? Or just back to the platform? Oh. You can just walk down this way. Huh. Learning new things all the time. Gotta like the R1s on the Guardian Sword Spear. They're pretty nice. Viridian Amber Medallion +2. That would give me more stamina to work with, but I've never felt the need for that. Not as a talisman, anyway. I guess I don't need red flasks. Sweet. Battle mages can be pretty scary. Because that one has the Cannon of Haima. Big AoE spell. Oh yeah, before I go ahead, if we run over this way, we can activate the elevator shortcut. Back to the Grace at the top of the Haligtree town. The one with the lever that wasn't working before. I could go back to the Grace and rest there, but I think we're in pretty good shape right now, so we'll give the next boss a shot without doing that. What weapon do I want? Let's try our scythe. Spinning strikes might take too long, but could also be very funny. Divine Fortification is not very helpful. Should change that out. Need to remember my Tree Sentinels moveset, because that's basically what Loretta is. Bleed. Alright, I lose. I don't actually think the scythe is a very good weapon here. Like, it's... Frankly, it's so much easier to dominate Loretta if you just have something with good stance pressure. Go here. Oh yeah. Change spells. Let's go with Barrier of Gold. Mind me. dodging. And she's dead. Yeah, that was a lot easier. So, after defeating Loretta, and run past the promenade, down the stairs around this tree, and we see a spectacular view of the brace of the Haligtree, Raphael. It's kind of a foggy day today, though. Sometimes you forget how truly immense these locations are. Me too. Although it's true that you can't walk all of that. In fact, you can't even... Well, you kind of can traverse. Yeah, actually, all the ground you can see from here, other than the outer wall over there, is traversable. That's pretty astounding. And the game sells you the illusion that you're literally getting down there and traversing it with no load screens, although actually I'm sure they're streaming all the assets in when you take this elevator down. All the high-res ones anyway. Oh. Now it's sunny. Welcome to Elphael. This is genuinely, I think, actually my favorite dungeon. Just because I think more than any other in the game, it feels like a proper video game level. You're just like, it's a gauntlet of fairly tough regular enemies and a whole bunch of mini-bosses standing between you and your destination, which is just on the other side of the fortifications over there. Basically where that big archway is. Past my head. And I just think it's really cool. It's fun to traverse. It's really fun to try to cross the whole thing and get all the stuff in one go without returning to a grace. Probably won't do exactly that, but we'll do something close to it. If I can pull it off. And yeah, I just think it's tremendous fun in like the end game or post game. I'll just come through here and try out a new weapon and run through the level with it. So I have a great time. Spear. Hello, Millicent.
Again we meet. I can only surmise our purposes are aligned. In which case, allow me to explain myself. I am of Melania's blood, but in what capacity I know not. I could be sister, daughter, or an offshoot. Whatever the case, though, I am certain of a kinship between us. There is something I must return to Melania. of the will that was once her own. The dignity, the sense of self that allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot, the pride she abandoned, to meet Radahn's measure.
In a way, you need to redeem her, huh?
There is something of the will, the dignity.
Well, now that we've gotten all the way here together, Millicent, let's go find out what your dad thinks.
Welcome. Oh, Millicent. Finding herself, is she? The words of a true innocent, the dear girl. Well, perhaps this is just as it should be. Little Millicent following in the steps of her mother, no matter what. This is their fate, after all.
Guess there's more to Millicent's journey. Once we've killed Loretta, we can go to Enya now and receive equipment of champions to get Loretta's armor set. And we can also spend a bunch of our runes too. I'm just gonna build up my smithing stone collection, I think. Okay. Back to prayer room. I want to change out this spell for Black Flame's protection. This is actually why we wanted 30 faith to be able to cast this. And I will drop Flame Cleanse Me for Great Heal. Accidentally just oh god damn. I have to put everything back on. Alright. Great Heal. And then Catch Flame, and then the Flame of Frenzy. And then Frenzied Burst. And then we have a different offensive spell you might want to use. Probably Pest Threads. Then Blessing's Boon. Electrify Armament. Golden Vow. Keep Black Flame's protection there and put Blood Flame Blade at the end. But you know what? I'll put Flame Cleanse Me on as well. To go. Helms dropping everywhere. If we climb up here, we can get to the top, or near the top of this tower. Bell. And then from there, you can take this ladder down to get to the outer wall. You can jump. But I don't like doing that because, well, the putrid avatar is not around right now. It's patrolling at the other end. But if the putrid avatar is on that wall section, it can start casting golden land at you, and it's just a huge pain. So I don't like going that way. Going to turn back and go down this way. Double kill. There's the avatar. Don't know why I try rolling away from enemies with pole arms. Never works. Over here is one of, I think, 2 scarabs in this whole dungeon. Cerulean Scarab in case you've run out of healing, but we haven't used any healing yet. Meanwhile, Knight Finlay, one of the legendary Spirit Ashes. Lore is actually really awesome, so I'm going to read it. Finlay was one of the few survivors of the Battle of Ionia who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering demigod Melania all the way back to the Haligtree. She managed the feat alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. She walked, with Melania on her back, from here, up the highway, around here, across Limgrave, and Saints Bridge, and up Storm Hill, and presumably across the bridge here, and the bridge between Liurnia and Limgrave, and all the way down, back up Liurnia Highway, over to the Bellum Lift, went up, crossed Altus, went up to the capital outskirts, through Lanedale, across the Forbidden Lands, up the elevator to this consecrated snowfield, over to ordinary liturgical town, and then back into the Haligtree and down into to its roots again. With Melania on her back. Amazing. Nice somber 10 for us. And over on this ledge, we can find another defiled corpse. I think this is the last of the seedbed curses, pretty sure. We have, of course, already turned Dung Eater into a puppet, so we have no use for those. But if we hadn't, we'd be able to deliver those to him and get the mending rune of the Bell curse to unlock the Dung Eater's ending. You spit poison at me. Gross. It might kill him and it might not. I don't think it did. Yeah, he's still alive down there. Well, we don't want to continue westward because there's 4 ballistae covering this bridge. So we'll go another way around. I get, ooh, a halo side and the sword. Double weapon drop. Sweet. Still have not used any of my flasks. We're back up on this ledge. I want to run across this beam to get to the rooftop there. Where we can see there's a cerulean scarab. We can get across once. We're basically free. If we try to come back across, the ballistae will start shooting at us, but we'll deal with that problem when we get. Realizing that actually catch flame could have been somewhat useful. Oh well. 1 flask used. There's some enemies in. There are some enemies in the room below us. We could drop down on the ledge here to go attack them, but we'll try to come back that way in a second. I'm gonna run back across this. And we didn't get shot up by the ballisti. Nice. And we cycled back to the balcony we were on a minute ago when we were jumping over here to get to the Finlay Ashes. This time I'm going to go to the outer wall here. Drop off. Okay. First boss enemy coming up, and this is going to be, well, I don't want to wait forever. Yeah. Okay, it's turned around. Good. Sucks so bad here. Take the hit, honestly, it's fine. Okay. One avatar down. Another somber 10. And I think there's one more corpse around here that I... no. I looted it. Okay. Over the railing, down onto here. The only way you can get to this level. Get this butterfly. And now... get our heal spell ready. Now I can sneak up on this revenant, so I don't have to use my heal spell on that. It's nice. We finally get Marika's Sword Seal way at the end of the game. That's the upgrade to Marika's Scar Seal, so it's +5 to mine intelligence, faith, and arcane, plus 15% damage taken. Basically useless, because if you're like, what's powerful about the Source Seals and the Scar Seals is getting a huge number of levels early, and getting 20 levels in those stats at the end of the game is just not very helpful, especially because if you're doing a build that focuses on those, you probably already have 60, 70, 80 points in faith or intelligence or arcane. So yeah, if this was something you could go find in like Liurnia, similar to how you can find the Radagon Source Seal just over in Caelid, technically the Dragon Barrow, it would be awesome for some stuff, but you're right, Clint, it's long after it could have been good. Thought I would get the crit there, that's a shame. Just see the Revenant's pool here on the ground, so I was able to sneak up on it. Didn't have to use my heal spells. Yeah, the next one is just roaming, unfortunately. So there's no, there's not really any sneaking up on it. I suppose you could. In fact, yeah, why not? Let's try it. Nice. Actually fought them all more or less legitimately. This room has 3 more putrid crystallians. Ooh, I got a Rotten Crystal Spear drop. An int weapon, but hey, cool random drop still. What a prize, a single pickled turtleneck. I suppose we did get a Somber 9 in here as well. Oh, hello. You know, you'd be joining me. Miss Clean Rot Knight. Came down from above. Okay, there could still be a soldier on the ground over in the corner here, which would be... Oh, yep, he's there. Be annoying. But... I think I can deal with this one before he becomes a problem. Right. Now we can take the take the ladder up here. That would put us right in front of 2 Miquella Knights and a putrid avatar. So instead, I'm going to take this ladder, and that will bring us to the room that was below that rooftop where the giant Miranda was. And ordinarily, we would find 2 Clean Rot Knights up in here, but one of them already came down, so it should only be one. The latest guard counter I've ever seen. Found the secret way past the putrid avatar. Gets us to the Haligtree Knight helm. For whatever reason, this helm was a static drop up here, and then the rest of the armor set drops from the actual Haligtree Knights right outside here. I don't know why they did it that way, but they did. And we've successfully made it to the other end of Elphael at the inner wall. Now I could rest at the Grace and get my flasks back, but just to see if we can complete the entire gauntlet in one go, I will try to kill the putrid avatar and the 2 Miquella Knights outside before resting. Do I want to use the Uchi for this? Sure, why not? It's a good weapon, right? Avatar down. Only 4 more enemies to go. Kind of scary. Good bleed. And we got him. I almost spoke too soon. You're completely out of blue. Just in time. Another Sacred Crown Helm. We finally get to loot the Arteria Leaf here. And the Golden Rune 11, and we have killed every single enemy in the outer part of Elphael. Just like that. That was honestly really fun. We'll get our other butterflies and we're out of here. First playthrough? No. This is, I guess, my 4th full playthrough. I did an intelligence build first time around. And I played this game for the first time like 9 months after it came out. And then I did a strength build, which was way easier, partly because I knew how the game worked. Partly because I think strength builds are actually just incredibly good. And then I've been simultaneously doing a Dex Int build and this more general Dex kind of Faith build. On the Int one off stream and this one on stream. But trying to be a completionist, Elden Ring nerd. So I'm getting every item, I think, I'm aware of. I love a username, by the way. You're 100%ing the DLC right now? That's where I'm, well, I was going to say that's where I'm at with my Dex Int build off stream. Actually, I'm just on PCR. It's the only obstacle left ahead of me on that run. I've not been able to beat him yet. Okay. What weapon do we want to use now? You know what? I never changed the skill on the Talon, so might as well use my quick step weapon. That will be helpful here. Okay. Well, we get to cross the Rotterfall over here. It's the last major obstacle. Rot-related obstacle, anyway. I'm gonna go ahead and reapply Bloodflame Blade. Actually, no, what I should do is... I can see all the small pests. I should just snipe them. I'm so glad it's a one-shot kill. Hello, friend. Oh, you can't get on from there. Got rotted. Oh no. Honestly, I kind of like the little squeals that the small kindred of rot do. It's a good sound effect. Very gross, but a good sound effect. And we're through. I'm going to come through here and tag the Site of Grace now and then double back to go to a mini boss here. we'll try out the Godslayer's Greatsword, because the next boss is a tree spirit. Again, I was wrong last time. I mean, I already knew I was wrong because someone corrected me and said there were 3 tree spirits in Ashen Capital, but there's also another one here in Elfile, which I'd forgotten about. And fighting this tree spirit sucks because obviously most of the center of the area is a rot pool that you don't really want to stand in, probably. But if you come out to the side here, you can... Oh, case in point, that can happen. Absolutely impeccable timing on that one, if I do say so myself. First playthrough, you just stood back and shot at him with a bow for like 5 minutes. You know, honestly, maybe I should just run around up to these ledges and use the Flame of Frenzy on it. Dead. Maybe. Not dead. I've embraced the rot. Come on. Over here. Get grabbed. Good. Explosion again. Out of flasks. I live, bitch. Wow. Yeah, that probably would have been better if I had just stood on a ledge and cast Black Flame or something. But where's the cinema in that? You might have seen there, there was a summon sign to be summoned to assist Millicent. Don't want to use the summon signs quite yet because there is some unique dialogue that you can get now. I think the trigger is when you clear that tree spirit. So you'd be kind of crazy to go do this without knowing about it, but you can go talk to Gowry again and he has more to say. Gowry, what's wrong?
Oh, I didn't notice you there. Welcome. How may I help you? My apologies, though. You hardly needed to see me like that. Oh, it's just... I realized that I'd soon be saying my goodbyes to Millicent, and my eyes began to well. She is to meet them very soon, her sisters, and when she does, she'll be defeated, surely, and begin to flower. Which is why, if you happen to be present for the girl's fight with her sisters, I ask that you side with the sisters and kill Millicent. It must be done by your hand, no other.
Why am I?
Millicent trusts you, rather deeply in fact. Sever that trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Malenia ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a scarlet Valkyrie. You can't tell me you don't wish to see it. The superior bud that is Millicent becoming the finest of flowers.
If you progressed her quest this far, might as well assist her.
With your
But this
own
nice man, Sage Gowry, says I should kill her.
You can't tell me you don't wish to see it. The superior bud that is Millicent becoming the finest of flowers. I beg of you, kill her with your own two hands.
I don't know what you people mean about morally correct. Who cares what happens to Millicent? We're gonna burn this whole world down anyway. Now she'll become a beautiful flower, which, again, we're going to burn down. That's right. At the very last step, I have betrayed Millicent, our friend and constant companion, for the sake of her prosthesis. We stole her arm, a talisman that boosts dexterity by 5 and has a version of the wing and sword insignia effect. And would you look at that? There's her flower right there. I'm sure Gowrie will be happy. Oh. He's dead. Well, he looks like he was having a good time when he died. The Phlox Canvas Talisman is the equivalent of the Raven Math Talisman. 8% damage for incantations. Probably won't ever use it, but we might. And with that, we can head right back to the drainage channel and continue hunting Malenia and Miquella, those Empyrean pretenders to my throne. Lapsus. Thank you. Just climb on top of this church, drop down here. Try not to get pest threaded too much. Collect in here a Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman. There's the only +3 version of these talismans in the main game. The DLC introduces +3 variants for all of them, all the elemental ones, but base game it's just the physical one. You know what? Let me put this on. Oops, I forgot something, I think. I wanted to go out here. Just a butterfly, but... You know, we're not in it for the material rewards. We're in it for the satisfaction of finding everything. And now we're done with the church for now. This was all the... Well, we cleared all the enemies. I'm going to take this elevator down now and tag the site of grace down below, but then not rest there so that we don't have to clear those enemies again. Because there is a bit more to find outside. And I never put my Serpent God's curved sword back on. Couldn't carry it with Godslayer's greatsword. did not know that was there. You got me, Miyazaki. That finally is the last of the pests, and our reward is the Ghost Glove Workpicker's Bell-Bearing 3, so we can finally buy all the upgrade materials other than the rank 10 ones for the legendary Spirit Ashes. Now around the corner we get to fight more Miquellan soldiers. Kind of weird thing here. This first Miquellan Knight around the corner here is one of the ones who carries the Haligtree Crest Great Shield. He is the only enemy who actually dropped that, for whatever reason. And I suck. So he's the only one you can farm for it. Despite the fact that one of the ones right outside the Elfile Inner Wall Grace has the shield, and there's like 2 more in this graveyard area down here that also have it. Bother with the Brunar. It almost died, though. Not doing so hot against these Miquella knights. Fire sword spear. That's better. Close. Almost got the heal off. That's cool. I didn't know that knight uses a coated sword. Very unique. I think we've got everything. Yeah. Down to the Haligtree roots, and we'll explore that just a little bit because there is some stuff off to in a side room, and then be ready for Melania. Lots of butterflies flying around here. This is another Scarlet Bloom, like the one we just created with Millicent. Because I have this auto pickup mod, I can actually reach a couple extra butterflies that aren't normally accessible. So if you come in here, you might not be able to get one or two of the ones that I was just able to grab. It doesn't really matter. These Aeonian butterfly pickups are not that important. Did also get the Traveler set, which is Millicent's armor set. That's always there, whether you kill her or not. And we just ridden probably the fastest elevator in the game. Takes us all the way up to this tower that was overlooking the patrol route of the putrid avatar that we killed over here. So this is now a shortcut from the top of Belfael to the bottom. It's pretty useless because of fast travel, but it's there. buy enough smithing stones to have, let's say, 6 full upgrades done. It's... oh, I should hand off my bell bearing. Bell bearings. Now I can buy Ghost Glove Warts. Get up to 13. Alright, we spent basically everything, and it's time for Malenia. Not there. There. The question is, what weapon do we use? I honestly like to try the Uchi for a bit. I have never taken her on with a katana. The first time in, I'm going to buff before we go through the fog wall, because the cutscene puts us in a more difficult spot than we would be on following attempts. Hey Val, you're here just in time. Which game is this? It's Super Mario Strikers. The Wii one.
I dreamt for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Malenia, Blade of Miquella. And I
have never known
defeat.
So cool. I've not quite learned the waterfall dance tech. I mean, I know a waterfall dance tech, which is supremely useful, which is just throw freezing pots. throwing off my rhythm a little bit. I'm hoping that will be a stance break. Oh, that was clutch. Good bleed. Well, I got through phase 1 first try. It's pretty solid.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
It's actually going so well. Oh, I was so close. I got greedy. That was a really good try. Which means, of course, I'm going to fail like 20 more times now. I'm going to not use the Frostpot method just because I want to try to practice avoiding waterfowl. It probably won't work, but it'll be fun. She's so chivalrous on repeat attempts, which is very nice. Letting us sit there and charge up. Shit. Well, the good news is with Black Flame's protection and the Dragon Great Shield Talisman, I don't take a ton of damage from waterfowl bans. But I played that pretty badly. Panic rolling left and right. You smell a lot better than she does, and you've got way more clothes. How do you know I've got way more clothes? You don't know. Miss is so sad. She not stance broken. Direct. So I vaguely know the thing you have to do to just outright dodge the Waterfowl Dance. Like, you have to remove lock on, run in a tight circle under her, and then kind of run off diagonally and then run away from her. Approximately. I've never pulled it off. Not sure if you knew this, but that's Melania, Blade, and Miquella. That's really informative. Thanks, Val. Where'd you get that lore? Dodging it here. Well, I lived. Ouch. Oh my god, I'm alive. One HP in a dream, baby. actually pleasantly surprised with how well I dodged all those clones. So the very last strike, obviously. There goes my stance break, but she super armored it. Super armored it again. Great. And I lost my crit. Thank you, Miyazaki. It's not bad though. Missing the fully charged R2 on Melania's get up is just so dispiriting. I guess I have to unlock, because otherwise I just swipe down diagonally to the right and her head comes to the left and just avoids it. Starting to think Great Knight Azura might not be fully optimal. It's a tremendous insight. Oh, the backstab. I got the bleed to knock her out of waterfowl. Sweet. Sometimes the luck does go one's way. Paladin Kaze will have to pick up the slack. Good plan. Yeah, I don't know the exact setup to do the waterfowl dodge, and I don't react in time to unlock and get myself running around. It's been going terribly. At least we got a stance break. Yeah, that time I swear I just got stuck. Something. And I'm dead. Or not. Thank you, defense buffs. Now I'm dead.
Blade of Miquella.
I might do better if I were using the Nagakiba instead of the Uchi Katana. Reach would help. Oh, I'm out of stamina. I'm so dead. Ugh. Probably should have just taken my healing flask on the first stance break, or after the first stance break. heal. The blue. Another. Oh, it's not the attack I thought it was. I lived. We've done it.
The mark of a true lord.
What was that, like number 9 or 10? Whew. I'll take it.
Dear Miquella,
Didn't get the sick waterfowl dodge, but it did a pretty good effort in the phase 1 one, I
my
think.
brother,
Or was that last attempt? I don't remember.
I'm sorry.
Huh.
I finally met my match.
Well, I guess I'll talk about the arena for a little bit. This was featured in the cutscenes, but you can see in the roots of the Haligtree, it's a figure that looks like Miquella. So, and got this like swollen, pregnant belly that's now empty. So Miquella grew a uterus and then transformed into a cocoon and impregnated himself with himself and then got aborted. There's some crazy sexual and gender themes going on here. Also, it's interesting that the water down here in Melania's lair is not rotten, not filled with scarlet rot, but she has, of course, putrefied almost everything else here in the Haligtree, and you've got scarlet rot fungus growing just about everywhere. And the Haligtree is dying. Its whole canopy and trunk and everything are infected with the rot. So, just like with the Eclipse plan over at Castle Sol, this is another of Miquella's magnificent schemes that has died before its time. How's Millicent doing? I'm sure she's chilling in her flower just like Melania here. Because we did murder Melania, or did murder Millicent, we did not get the complete unalloyed gold needle, so we're not able to return that and get Miquella's needle, and we also miss out on a somber ancient dragon smithing stone here. Alas. All that for one measly talisman. Okay. And so it'll be easier to do this now and not at the end of the game. I want to warp to... Where is it? Divine Bridge. In Langdale. Thanks, Alleged Hero. And now we can finally use this teleporter, which we encountered way back when we took the warp vest from the lookout tower down in the Weeping Peninsula. It wasn't active then. And this takes us to the isolated Divine Tower out in the inland sea. Here in the lands between. Here are Melania's 2 fingers. Restore the power of the Great Rune. I don't expect to use Melania's Great Rune. It's an HP rally mechanic where once you get hit, you have a limited period of time to hit the enemy back and restore the HP that you lost. But if you get hit again, then you lose whatever you lost on the first hit. It's nice that there's more content to use it with now that the DLC exists and is meant to be played after all the main game content. I don't think it's as good as some of the other options. One interesting thing about the Isolated Divine Tower, though, is I believe it's the only other place in the Lands Between where you can see Crumbling Farum Azula. The storm is visible here, of course, and then all the buildings over there. Don't think you can see it from the Fire Giant's Forge. It's the only place. I'll double check that real quick. Yeah, let's go there. Biggest missed opportunity was not having these runes carry over to New Game Plus. I agree. Some of them would be pretty fun to play with in a New Game Plus environment. Luckily, I'm on PC and I can cheat if I want them. Yeah, you can't see it from here, so I think it is only the Isolated Divine Tower, which is a little bit strange in itself. I don't know why this particular Divine Tower would be the only place on the world that would have visibility on Crumbling Farum Azula, the place beyond time. But it is. Anyhow, we're going to make a stopover at the Round Table Hold. We got to check in with Enya first.
Don't worry, my dear. I'll see it.
Receive the power from that remembrance. And we are, of course, taking the Hand of Melania, which is, I believe, the weapon that requires the most dex in the game. It is a katana not quite as long as the Nagakiba, I believe.
Don't worry, I'll see.
There's no... Oh yeah, we can buy her armor set too. But we do get a version of her Waterfowl Dance. It's nowhere near as strong because, of course, it isn't. And Melania's hand has neither rot buildup nor an HP rally effect built in, but it does have bleed, unlike her. Melania, when she's a boss, does not inflict blood loss, but we do. And we do have the build to use it, so I would love to give the Hand of Melania a spin, but that will be next stream. We're just going to wrap things up here by first going to Gideon and talking to him about what we've discovered now that we've been to the roots of the Haligtree.
So, the Haligtree, now but a husk. I heard speculation Miquella embedded himself in the Haligtree. But, before he could finish, someone cut the tree open and absconded with his infant form. Indeed, it seems those words held weight. How vexing that the All-Knowing didn't have the full story. Perhaps the Queen's sorrow was justified. Ah, my apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. A secret rite.
Gideon seems like a really cool guy. Yeah, absolutely upstanding citizen.
All I ask is that you remain constant.
So this is where we get Lord's Divine Fortification, the upgraded Holy Resistance spell. Which makes some sense. It's, I suppose, meant for you to have just in time for the actual final boss of the game. Because that boss does inflict a lot of holy damage. He'd never betray you like Bernal. I'm sure of that.
Oh, Smith is
Now, Bernal and I, we were friends, but had a kind of a competitive edge to it. But Gideon's been with us through thick and thin. Anything else we want to upgrade right now? Serpent bone blade just because. Is this? I'd forgotten this was infusible. Definitely use the Godskin peeler soon. Wouldn't it be nice if the Clean Rot Spear inflicted rot? Halo Scythe is pretty cool for a more faith-oriented build, because Miquella's Ring of Light is pretty strong. I might upgrade that just because I can. I realized because I never changed the Ash of War on Raptor Talons, I didn't get keen on them. Let's go Endure Keen on the Hook Claws. And I'm sure Cragblade is probably actually good, but I think it's ugly, but that's done. And we'll spend a good chunk of our remaining runes upgrading Spirit Ashes that we won't use, honestly. Like Finlay. And Tish. Did I never get the Dung Eater puppet? Hold on. Or did I upgrade it to maximum? Oh, I did. Okay. I swear I got that. Gonna check out some lore. Ormhawk Dean. Knight Oleg, one of the two given the known as the Wings of the Storm. Ingval, the other Wing of the Storm. And alright, we spent our runes. Okay. Then that's all for Miquella's Haligtree and Elfile Brace of the Haligtree. Next stop, we come back to Ordinal Liturgical Town, and we're going to cross the Consecrated Snowfield to try to find out where Miquella has gone, since he's not there. So thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Glad to cap that off with a victory over Malenia, and also very glad that didn't take 3 hours just for that fight. So yeah, next stream we have one more boss. Actually, literally just one boss between us and the DLC. And should get into it then. So, thanks for coming. I'll see you next time. Have a good one.